Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, distance learners and those who are in class. It is a Tuesday. Honestly, sometimes this is the toughest day for some reason, for some people. Christian is feeling it today. He's feeling it. Okay, I'm going to give you guys about 5 minutes to start or finish up that student work. You should have started that yesterday. If you didn't start it yesterday, you'll want to start. I can't remember. I think this one has like a page and a half or something like that. Okay, so make sure you're finishing up that. Okay, that will be due Thursday like usual. Everyone should have turned in their verses by this point. If you're distant learning, make sure you also turn that in so I can get that grade in. You can't turn it in a week later and expect to still get 100. You will get a 0 by that point. Okay, so make sure you get that turned in, and we will see you guys in about 5 minutes, and we'll start our lesson. Different doesn't mean bad. It just means different. Different just means different sometimes. Now, different can be bad. Different can be bad. All right. We're going to do a few review questions. No, I'm not giving them all away, but I will give a few. Okay, first hand raised. Name the 3 weaknesses of the disciples. Christian. Lack of faith is one. I'll give you a hint. It's lack of 3 different things.
Lack of... What else is there?
Noah, your hand was up next. And then Michelle. You want to guess or no? Oh, courage, understanding, and faith. Would you like mango or dragon fruit? They're not very heavy. Sorry, man. All right, let's see. What else can I ask? Okay, we talked about 2 different cities yesterday. Okay, what was the first city that Jesus went to after Jerusalem? Esther. Nice. All right, let's see. What other question? Okay, we'll just go with that. Okay, Perea is the first city he went to. What was the second city he went to? Okay, so he went to Perea, obviously away from Jerusalem. Then what city did he go back to? Bethany is correct. Dragon fruit or mango? There we go. Good catch, good catch. All right, he went to Bethany. Why did he? This one won't count. Actually, sure, it can count. Okay, why did Jesus want to, or why did he go back to Bethany? You could either say who was there, what was the purpose. Would you like to try again? Who, though? Lazarus died. Okay, mango or dragon fruit? All right, that's probably the last question we'll do. I need a few for my next class as well. Okay, but we did talk about that yesterday. Again, running from Jerusalem. Why was he running from Jerusalem in the time of Hanukkah? People were trying to stone him. Sorry, I'm not doing candy anymore. Sorry. Don't be too sad. Maybe again tomorrow. Okay, people trying to kill him, stone him. Okay, obviously they're like, well, we don't want to die. The time is not yet to die. Okay, so they run away. Okay, but then he hears news from Mary and Martha saying, hey, Lazarus is sick. Okay, does he go right away to Bethany? Okay, he waited about how long? Okay, 2 days. Okay, he waited about 2 days. What? No, I'm pretty sure it says 2. Unless you can find it and correct me. I mean, I could remember wrong. I thought it was 2. Okay, but from traveling stuff, I mean, yeah, you could add that. But he stayed in Perea for 2 days. Okay, but we to Bethany, telling his disciples, remember, he's like, hey, Lazarus is asleep. Did they really understand what he was talking about? Okay, no, they're like, well, if he's sleeping, shouldn't we just leave him alone? Right? When you're taking a nap, do you want to be disturbed? No. Okay, when you're sleeping at night, you don't want someone to come and say, hey, wake up. Okay, you want to sleep till you have to wake up in the morning. Even then, you don't want to wake up sometimes. I feel that. Okay, we see that going on. We talked about these problems, these weaknesses of the disciples yesterday. Today, we're going to be talking about Mary and Martha. Mary and Martha. Okay, first we have Martha, the wisdom of Martha. So I was open to John chapter 11, and we're going to be starting in verse 17 today. Okay, we talked about the end of chapter 10 and verses 1 to 16 yesterday. 16 it says, then said Thomas, which is called Didymus, unto his fellow disciples, let us also go, that we may die with them. Again, we talked about how Thomas was willing. He kind of had this sarcastic answer. He's like, all right, let's go, but we're all going to die. We're going back by Jerusalem. Okay, the Pharisees are going to be there waiting for us, and we're going to die. Let's go. We're going to follow. We're going to obey you, Lord, but we're going to die. Yesterday, okay, but verse 17. Okay, it says, then when Jesus came, he found that he had lain in the grave for 4 days already. Okay, so Noah's correct. That's probably where you got the 4 from. Okay, between traveling, okay, and staying in Perea for 2 days, Okay, it was about 4 days. Okay, he finally showed up to Bethany. Okay, now Bethany was nigh unto Jerusalem, meaning it was close. Okay, just like the verse that says, probably should turn off volume. Okay, but just like the Bible says when in James it says draw nigh unto God, it means to get closer to God. Okay, by reading your Bible, praying, okay, trying to learn about Him. Okay, talk to Him more, and He'll draw nigh to you. We see here, okay, now Bethany was nigh unto Jerusalem, about 15 furlongs off. Okay, so it's not far away. And many of the Jews came to Martha and Mary to confront them concerning their brother. Then Martha, as soon as she heard that Jesus was coming, went and met him. But Mary sat still in the house. Then said Martha unto Jesus, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. But I know that even now, whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, God will give it thee. Jesus saith unto her, thy brother shall rise again. Okay, let's just stop there for a second. Wouldn't that be cool? Like, she goes to Jesus, she's like, Jesus, it's like, if you were here, he wouldn't have died, right? She knew, she had that faith. If you could have healed him, she knew that. But did her response stop there? Did her faith just stop, hey, you could have healed his sickness? No, she literally just said, she's like, but knowing that you're God, basically, knowing that you can call upon God and anything can happen, I know you can still heal him. I know you can still fix this problem. Okay, Jesus gives her that assurance because of her faith. She says, Jesus saith unto her, thy brother shall rise again. Wouldn't that be cool to be Martha? It's like your family member dies, and Jesus just walked up and said, hey, it's okay. It's okay. They're going to rise again. Like, that would be kind of like cool, but scary, right? You're thinking about that, like, how is he going to do this? Like, is he serious? You know? Yeah, it would be kind of scary. Okay, verse 24, Martha saith unto him, I know that he shall rise again in the resurrection at the last day. Okay, so she heard the prophecies. She's probably talking about the prophecies of Daniel. Okay, she's heard the prophecies. She's maybe familiar with the Torah, okay, the Old Testament, the books of Moses. Okay, maybe she's familiar with the Bible, so she's like, okay, yeah, I know he'll rise again. Okay, when we all rise up and go to heaven, right? When the Bible says that we'll all rise up with Jesus, okay, to go to heaven, all the saints. Okay, that's what she thinks Jesus is talking about. Okay, verse 25, Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Believest thou this? Okay, hopefully you're paying attention. You know those verses at least a little bit. Those are our 2 memory verses for this week. Okay, but we see Jesus' response to her. Okay, she saith unto him, Yea, Lord, I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God, which should come into the world. And when she had said, she went her way, and called Mary her sister secretly, saying, The Master is come, and calleth for thee. Okay, so the first sister we're going to talk about is the wisdom of Martha. We see she believes Christ will raise Lazarus. Why would she believe that? Simple answer. Why would Martha believe Christ is going to raise Lazarus? Okay, what's even easier answer? Because Jesus said so. Okay, anything Jesus says, it's true. He cannot lie. And he said in verse 23, thy brother shall rise again. Okay, she believes Christ will raise Lazarus. To understand better the context of this event, it's important to know the practices of the Jews concerning the burials at this time. Okay, the first 3 days, remember how long has it been since Lazarus has been in the grave now? Okay, it says 4 days. So the first 3 days after a person died, they would call it the days of weeping. And they were followed by 4 days of lamentation. Therefore, totaling 7 days of mourning. The Jews believed that the spirit wandered about the sepulchre for 3 days, seeking an opportunity to return to the body. But that on the 4th day, decomposition set in. Okay, again, how many days has it been? Okay, so that means decomposition has set in, decay. Okay, this is when the body is, we can tell, like it starts to smell. Okay, it's not going to look the same because it's decomposing. Okay, the 4th day marked the day of the greatest wailing because all hope was gone at that point. Now it's like, again, in the Jewish religion at that time, okay, they would believe, hey, 3 days, maybe their spirit will come back. Maybe they'll still be alive. Okay, it was just their hope. Usually, did it happen? No. Okay, because that doesn't just happen if they're dead. Usually they're dead. Okay, but we see the 4th day, that's when they would lose all hope. Like, all right, nothing can happen now. They're dead. They're dead now. Okay, not only are they dead, but they're dead. Okay, we see that happen. This tradition explains the reference in verse 17 of the fourth day in the hopelessness of Mary and Martha. Christ might have chosen this day to raise Lazarus from the dead to prove his power even more convincingly. Okay, we see that. Okay, in verse 17, then when Jesus came, he found that he had lain in the grave 4 days already. Okay, remember it says Mary and Martha, okay, they're there. Martha running unto Jesus, Mary kind of just staying back. She's probably still mourning, okay, the death of her brother. Okay, verses 21 and 22 of this passage indicate that Martha knew enough to believe that Jesus could raise Lazarus from the dead, if he wanted to do so. She seemed to be stronger in faith than were the disciples. Okay, we do see that, right? Like Esther said, she believes that, hey, you're the Son of God, you can call upon the power of God, and you can heal any man or do anything. Okay, we saw that. It's pretty evident. Yet, we see in verses 27 to 20, or 23 to 27, indicate that even her wisdom and faith were limited. She believed that Jesus could raise Lazarus, and she knows that he will raise him at, what time did the Bible say? She thought Lazarus the coming. Okay, either word. Okay, you don't really need to completely know that. Okay, but that's what Martha believes. She's like, oh yeah, I'll know he'll rise again. Jesus says, hey, your brother will rise again. She's like, I know, in the second coming, when you call all the saints up to heaven. Okay, that's when it'll happen. Okay, but we see again her wisdom and her faith is a little lacking. She wasn't absolutely sure that he would raise him right then and there. Okay, we see this happening. Verse 19 mentions that many of the Jews came. Okay, according to the Jewish tradition of the day, friends were formally invited to visit the family immediately after the burial. The family members stood in what we might today call a receiving line. Okay, just like at a person is that died that's in the casket, usually they stand up by the casket. Okay, and then the guests that are there, whether family or guests, they usually come by, okay, and kind of greet them and give them their condolences, trying to comfort them. Right, if you guys have ever been to a funeral. Okay, we see that happening. So people are there, okay, waiting for this to happen. Okay, comforting Mary and Martha and their family. Okay, and their friends filled past to offer their condolences. So a large number of people we see in this event were present at the home of Mary and Martha by the time Christ arrived. Okay, that's kind of our setting. We see the wisdom of Martha. She's like, God, you can do anything. Jesus, you can do anything. Okay, but not only do we see, okay, the wisdom of Martha, we see the wishes of Mary. Okay, what happened in this passage? But what did Mary do? She stayed put. She stayed home, whether she's mourning. Okay, not that she doesn't believe, but she doesn't really run to Jesus. Okay, maybe her hope's gone. Okay, we're to continue reading with this. Okay, we see in verse 28. And when she had so said, she went her way and called, talking about Mary, or Martha, and called Mary her sister secretly, saying, the master is come, and calleth for thee. As soon as she heard that, she arose quickly and came unto him. Now Jesus was not yet come into the town, but was in that place where Martha met him. The Jews then which were with her in the house, and comforted her, when they saw Mary, that she rose up hastily and went out, followed her, saying, she goeth unto the grave to weep there. Remember, the people are there kind of comforting her. Okay, we just read that a bunch of people are probably there. Okay, imagine if they're there to comfort Mary. Martha already left. Mary, they're like, oh, what's going on? Maybe she's really hurting. Maybe she's going to the grave to weep some more. Let's go follow her and help her with anything she needs. Okay, so we see again Martha going to Mary, say, hey, let's go secretly. Okay, we see this group of people following Mary. Okay, verse 29, as soon as she heard that, she arose quickly. Verse 31, the Jews then which were with her in the house and comforted her, when they saw Mary again, she rose up hastily and went out. They followed her, saying, she goeth unto the grave to weep there. Verse 32, then when Mary was come where Jesus was, and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying unto him, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. Okay, we see her basically saying, not the same answer as Martha. She said, Lord, if you would have been here, he would have died. Okay, through all these struggles, I wouldn't have to need help now. Okay, you could have just been here on time. Okay, but who is she? And we're gonna talk about here in a second. Who is she to tell when Jesus is supposed to be somewhere, right? Just like us, sometimes things don't happen when we want it. Who are we to say, hey, God, why didn't you do that right when I wanted it? Or right when I thought I needed it? Okay, we're going to talk about that a little bit. Okay, Mary, on the other hand, we talked about Martha. We see her wisdom. Okay, but we're going to talk about the wishes of Mary. Okay, Mary, on the other hand, didn't even consider Jesus' power to raise Lazarus, right? Martha came up and said, Lord, you could have done him. You can do something great. Mary's response was just, hey, Lord, why weren't you here on time? Okay, she didn't even consider the power to raise Lazarus from the dead. She was the type of person who just wishes. She was what we might call an if-only Christian, because she cried out and said, if you'd only had been here, right? Don't we do that sometimes in our life? Said, well, if this would have happened, if only this happened. Okay, why couldn't this happen at this moment? Right? Haven't you guys ever done that? I've done that. It's like, God, why couldn't this happen right here? Why did I have to wait for it? Or if only I could have had this situation, not been in this situation. Right? We question the timing of God sometimes. Some Christians always live in the past wishing that things had been different. Or that maybe we say, if only I had said this. Okay, they lament, if only I had done that. Okay, sometimes we moan or we're angry. Okay, such if only Christians never accomplish anything. They're so wrapped up in the lamenting what happened in the past that they're paralyzed in the present. Therefore, their future doesn't promise much accomplishment for the Lord. Living in the present for the sake of the future. Forget the past. What's done is done and can't be undone. And believe in God for the future. Make your present count. Okay, we see Martha, man, she was focused just on who? Who's Martha focused? On Jesus. She said, hey, she had the same comment as Mary basically. Said, Jesus, you could have healed him if you were here sooner. Okay, but she still believed on Jesus. She said, hey, but I know you can call upon the power of God and you can do anything. Mary, okay, she has doubt. She comes and says, Lord, why weren't you here? Why weren't you here when we needed you? Okay, and we just saw this. She's maybe thinking, you said you loved us. Why weren't you here? You don't really love me. Maybe she's questioning who Jesus is, who God is. Man, have we ever done that? Something happened in our life and we're just like, God doesn't really love me. He didn't do this when I needed it. Okay, but again, who are we to question the timing of God? Don't live as an if only. If only this had happened. Man, just say, all right, what's done is done. I can't change anything that happened in the past. Okay, but I can focus on God for the future. Okay, I can believe in him. I can have a response of Martha instead of Mary. Okay, with the wishes of Mary, we see it does not consider Jesus' power to raise Lazarus. We just mentioned that. And her wishes, she was an if-only Christian. If only you had been here, Lord, okay, is her response. Okay, and because of this, because of these two responses, because of the wishes of Mary, okay, her doubt that we see in verse 32, okay, we're going to see the weeping of Jesus. Okay, in verse 33, when Jesus therefore saw her weeping, and the Jews also weeping which came with her, he groaned in the spirit, and was troubled, and said, where have ye laid him? They said unto him, Lord, come and see. And we see, probably everyone knows this verse, verse 35. I'm sure you wish that was your memory verse for the week. Okay, they said, hey, Jesus, come and see. Basically, hey, come see his grave. Okay, I imagine, remember, you want to kind of picture the story. Don't just read it like words. Like when we're watching The Chosen for a little bit. Okay, it gives us a little picture for those passages, right? Okay, when you read the Bible, certainly stuff like this, try to picture it. Okay, picture what's going on. Okay, we see Jesus maybe walking up to the grave, and then we see in verse 35, Jesus wept. Then said the Jews that were there, remember, comforting Martha, in verse 36, then said the Jews, behold how he loved him. And some of them said, could not this man which opened the eyes of the blind have caused that even this man should not have died? Okay, we see again Martha, great. I know you could have healed him when he's sick, but I know you can still do something great. She didn't completely understand everything, but she knew he could do it. Mary doubted, questioned, if only you had done this. Okay, we see the Jews are like, all right. Jesus, he comes to the grave. So they're like, oh man, he must have loved this family. He must have loved this man. And we can tell, we can see in his. Okay, but we see also these Jews, did they have faith or did they have doubt? No, they said, in the end of verse 37, it says, have cause that even this man should not have died. Saying, if Jesus was there, remember, they probably heard the miracles, healing of the blind, okay, healing the lame, healing the leopard. They're like, man, this guy that's done all these things, surely he could have healed him. But they said, could have healed him. They didn't believe he still could. And we're going to see some things with this. But the weeping of Jesus. Okay, first we see, and it's already up there, his tears. The tears that Jesus shed were not tears of pity for Lazarus. They were not tears for his own loss of a dear friend. Do you think Jesus was crying? It's easy, don't overthink it. If it wasn't for his friend, why do you think he was really crying? Perfect. Okay, because now we've seen his miracles. Like it already said, they said, surely a man that could heal the blind could have healed this man. Okay, he was weeping not because of his friend, although I'm sure it was sad. Okay, I'm sure he could have cried for that. Okay, but the thing is, he was God. He knew what he could do. He knew what God wanted him to do. He knew what he was about to do. Okay, but he was crying because of the lack of faith of these people. The people that maybe have seen miracles of Mary saying, hey, you could have. If only you would have been here. Man, he's crying because his heart is broken because these people don't have faith. Okay, he's weeping over their lack of faith. Jesus' tears were shed not only for the Jews, not only for Martha, but for his disciples. The half-believing Martha, the wishing Mary, and the unbelieving mourners who were present. How often we must bring tears to the Lord's eyes, right? Think about it for a little bit. When we sin or when we fail to do our best in school or to do our best at work or home, obeying our parents, our teachers, our principal, okay, doing our best in college and anything that we do, the pain they suffer and the sadness that they feel because of your sin or failure that hurts God even more. God cries for our sake because we mess up, because we don't have faith in him, because we're living in, if only I had this, if only my situation was different. Okay, man, it hurts God's heart. As we see right here, it hurts Jesus' heart because we have a lack of faith. Would to God that we got as angry, or sorry, I'm reading the wrong part. He loves your soul and cries for you. God cries for our sake. He has feelings for our sake. We see his tears. Not only his tears, we see his anger. Okay, the words, and words, do you guys think you can catch them? The two words that kind of go along. It says, Jesus did this. Okay, look in verse 33. They're both in it, towards the end. It says, he this and was this. Okay, it says he groaned in the spirit and was troubled. Okay, in verse 33 and 38 can better be translated, or these words can be translated, was moved with anger, was stirred up. Okay, the Lord was not angry at the people, but at the last enemy to be destroyed. Okay, he was angry at death. Death took his friend. Obviously, he knows, and he probably struggled with it, the death that he knows he's going to do on the cross. Okay. Christ came to the tomb of Lazarus holding his raging soul. He came as a champion who was prepared for a major conflict. Would to God that we got as angry about sin and death. Man, we see Jesus, just because a friend is dead, it says, the Bible says he groaned in the spirit. He was troubled, okay, because of this death, because of the life that was taken. Okay, the sadness, the lack of faith that people had. Okay, but not only that, how often do we, as Christians, right, someone that maybe isn't saved or we know soul is lost, do we groan over their soul? Do we maybe weep over their lack of faith? Man, that's a challenge for us. That's a challenge for me. Man, am I serious about other souls? Remember we talked about kind of this year for multiple lessons, we said, hey, be soul conscious. Thinking about other coworkers. Okay, you're there for a reason. You have the job you have for a reason. You are where you are at for a reason. Man, don't blind your shutters just for yourself and just doing what you're doing. Okay, open them up so you can see what's going on around you. Who needs the gospel of Christ? Whose life could be changed because of you? Because of you telling them the truth that Jesus can change their life. Okay, that's a challenge for us. We'll finish the lesson probably tomorrow. Okay, no homework tonight. Just remember to look over those verses. Those will be Thursday. We're going to be talking about a few more things about Jesus and the people, the Jews, tomorrow. Okay, but again, your verses are John 11, verses 25 and 26. Make sure you guys are ready for that on Thursday. Who knows? Who knows? All right, we're going to start class today. Okay, we only have a few notes left, so let's get through them quickly, as there are some multiple ones, if you've noticed, with like the bullet points. We're going to be doing a few of those. Okay, I'm just going to go through them quickly today so that we can... That's what they are. They're bullet points. Okay. All right, continuing with yesterday, we talked about the Federal Reserve a little bit yesterday. Okay, but the Federal Reserve Agency, we also talked about the Treasury, kind of like the government groups or organizations that work within the money of our country. Okay, but the Federal Reserve is a private agency often referred to as the Fed. We did this note yesterday. For those who weren't here yesterday, you can fill it out. For those who were here yesterday, you should already have it. Okay, but there are three main components that make up the core of the Federal Reserve System. Okay, this one's a little bit longer. I don't know how many blanks are on your guys's. Okay, but first you have the Board of Governors. Okay, you don't need to exactly know the whole notes, but know that the three main components are the Board of Governors, the Federal Open Market Committee, and the Federal Reserve Banks. Those are the three main components. Okay, Board of Governors is are appointed by the President and confirmed by the U.S. Senate. They operate America's banking system. Okay, these are just elected people or voted in people, okay, by whoever's in position of leadership, the President and the Senate, okay, to run the Board of Governors. Okay, the Federal Open Market Committee, this makes decisions regarding the buying and selling of governmental or government securities, treasury, notes, bills, and bonds. Okay, so dealing with a lot of the financial side. And the Federal Reserve Bank, which has the influence or influences the policies of the private commercial banks. Okay, that one's probably the easiest to remember. Federal Reserve Bank is the influence of private commercial banks. With that.
So this is like something separate from the government, but they're appointed by the government. Correct?
Yes,
So it's not too far separated then.
they work together,
Okay.
but they're not controlled by. Except the ones, obviously, if they're being appointed and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Okay, these are all the different organizations or components that are within the federal system. Okay, the Federal Reserve is able to increase or decrease, not of decrease. Okay, increase or decrease the amount of money in circulation through the three main tools that are on the screen. Okay, open market operations, reserve ratios, and discount rates. Okay, so the Federal Reserve is able to increase or decrease the amount of money in circulation through what main tools? Open market operations, reserve ratios, and discounted rates. Okay, if you're like, what are those? We're about to go over them. Okay, so the first one we're going to talk about are the open market operations. This one's going to be working with the bank system. Everyone good with these? Good, good, good. Okay, the open market operation, this allows the central bank system to buy and sell government securities. Okay, we've kind of talked about that already within the components. Okay, this is ones you will need to know a little bit of which each one is. Okay, the open market operations, again, allow central bank system to buy and sell government securities. Okay, second one was reserve ratios. This controls the total amount of deposit money available for lending by commercial banks. Okay, so just know reserve ratios. This is basically the amount that's deposited or available to lend. Okay, to lend to people. Yes, sir. It's not in your notes?
Not mine, I don't think.
Is it not in your notes?
It's on like 30 for the discount rates. That's like number 30. And it goes on to one of the United States most influential something. It's talking about a person.
Yeah, that one's on here too. So you could put this by the last one you just did, the bullet point, like the definition for each word, if it fits.
Which one? Top one or the bottom one?
Well, we just listed all three. and I'm giving a definition for all three. Does that make sense?
For discount. Oh wait.
Is it in the notes?
Oh wait.
Is Christian just
okay,
tripping?
No, I'm just stupid.
Is Christian tripping?
No, I'm just dumb.
All
Because I
right.
filled them in already, and I was like, if there's nothing.
So Christian is just tripping.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not gonna ignore him, but he's tripping. He's tripping. I was a little confused. I was like, I mean, I guess you could just put it by the bullet points.
I was about to write.
Sorry, dude, but you're right. That is gonna be one of the next notes we're talking about, Milton Friedman. Okay, so just know reserve ratios, again, that's for basically market operations. That's for the buying and selling of governmental securities. Okay, discount rates are the rate of interest the feds, district banks charge commercial banks for borrowing money. Okay, so basically the discount rates, they're the ones that charge the banks for borrowing money. Okay, the man, or the next note Christian was saying is on there, okay, is Milton Friedman. He is one of the United States' most influential economists. He served as an advisor for President Ronald Reagan, and he became associated with monetarism. Okay, again, if you're like, what is that? We're about to go over it. That's our last slide. But that's going to be dealing with inflation, deflation, supply, demand, all of it working together. But no Milton Friedman, just know most influential economists. Okay, he created or associated monetarism. Okay, what is that? Yep, sorry. Good. Okay, monetarism, this is the theory that the variation in the money supply is the main source of economic fluctuation. Okay, again, the theory, okay, it's an ism, so a belief, a theory. Okay, that the variation in the money supply is the main source of economic fluctuation. Again, so money supply, as you see in the tree, that's what's giving the tree life. Okay, money is the source, okay, to everything that we have. Okay, last note in this chapter is recession. This is a period, usually 6 months or longer, during which the economy recedes or declines. Okay, recession. Okay, again, meaning it recedes. It's a period of time where it drops, declines. Okay, that is our last note for this chapter. Okay, we do have a quiz tomorrow. What's a quiz? Who knows? Who knows what that is? Okay, it isn't going to be over what we covered today, but I will tell you the pages it's over. It is over pages 142 to 151. The quiz tomorrow will be over pages 142 to 151. Okay, 142 to 151. Okay, you will want to know these four terms. Okay, it was kind of in the section of talking about actual money, okay, or monies. First, you want to know fiat money. Remember, what was fiat money? What was it? What was it, Esther? Okay, that's a good definition. Okay, it's the legal tender that's backed by nothing but the government's promise. So just know fiat money is governmental promise. Okay, you'll need to know what a bullion is. What's a bullion? Okay, precious metals, gold, silver, platinum. It usually comes in bars, ingots, or plates usually. Okay, that one should be really easy. You'll also want to know what a legal tender is. What is a legal tender? Any form of money that has been declared that has value, or a means of value. Okay, any form of money that has been declared a valid means of payment, or like Michelle said, legal. She's saying like it's a drug or something. Okay, and the last one you'll need to know for this section is a specie. What was that? Metal coin. or metallic money. Should be really easy, that section. Yeah, all those are in the notes. It's literally like, it looks like specie, like S-P-E-C-I-E. Okay, question. What are the three principal purposes of money? Perfect. Medium of exchange, measure of value, store of value. Good job, Emma. Okay, we talked about a law this chapter. What law states that bad money drives out good? It does. You're good. You're good. That's correct. Gresham's law. Greshem''S law. Gresham's law. Okay, we talked about this one yesterday, a little bit today. What system allows banks to hold less than 100% of deposits in reserve? Okay, well, two of the words for what? Perfect. Fractional reserve banking. Two of the words for the answer is in the question. Bank and reserve. Okay, it is fractional reserve banking. When it's less than 100% of deposits in reserve, it is fractional reserve banking. Just like when you don't have a whole number, you have a fraction. Okay, and it says a bank, a system that allows banks to deposit in reserve, fractional reserve banking. Okay, another question that's on there. What is the direct exchange of one good for another good without a standard money form passing from hand to hand? Barter. That one should be really easy. Long question, but easy answer. Bartering. Okay, the key is passing from hand to hand or exchanging one good for another, trading, or the word we want is bartering. Okay, you want to know what inflation and deflation is, or the difference between the both, or the difference between both of them. Okay, that one should be pretty easy. Okay, and that is the quiz. That will be tomorrow. Okay, be ready for that. There will be like no more notes after this. Like that's it. We're probably not going to try to do another chapter. I was looking at the timing of it. I'm not sure we'll have time for another one. So what we're going to do again, so we're going to have a quiz tomorrow. You guys are going to be gone next Friday, right? Not this Friday. Obviously, we still have class this Friday. So we're going to be reviewing for our test on Thursday. Take our test on Friday. It's just over chapters 8 and 9. It's not a long test. It's like 40 questions, if that. Okay, and then next week, since you guys are gone Friday, we're going to review for the final. Okay, probably Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, or maybe we'll review, watch a video, review, and then have our final the last day, Thursday, before you guys leave. How's that sound? If you guys are ready after Monday and Tuesday, maybe we can just take it Wednesday. We'll see. Deal? That sound good? Test this Friday, yeah. And we're going to review for it.
I think it'd be good if we kept the same plan, except if we got the test like on Thursday, and we just like got rid of that.
No, we got to have that, dude. Some people need it. Some people need it. Grade who's low needs to get it up. See, I mean, you want to know, this
All right, welcome to chemistry. Go ahead and get out your books and your supplements, please. In your supplements, we're on page 208, and your supplements, we're on page 208. On your textbook, we're on page 327. You're going to want to go in your textbook. There's diagrams in your textbook. There's tables in your textbook. There's things there that I just could not reproduce or didn't want to. I'm not going to lie, that was a big part of it. All right, so today we're going to start talking about substituted hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons we've looked at so far have only been hydrogen and carbon. The substituted means exactly what you think it means. It means we're substituting either hydrogen or carbon. What do you want from me? So that's really what it is. Hydrocarbons that have more than one or more hydrogen atoms replaced by different atoms or functional groups. Again, those functional groups, we discussed those briefly in table 18.12 on page 317 of your textbook. That will be where you can see a summary of these things. But we're going to go into them more in this section here. This section will likely take me 2 days. At the end of tomorrow's lesson, we'll watch the video on nomenclature, and then we'll get into polymers, Lord willing, on Thursday. Don't forget your homework is due Friday. You will have a quiz on Friday. This is your last class before you're dismissed for formal. Remember, you can't go to formal unless you're here, because that's the rule, just as a reminder. So there should be no one absent on that quiz day. Oh, my word. Anyway. Okay, moving on. Just mentioning that there. Part of me hates to do it. The other part of me is like, you guys are fun. All right, anyway. So, you guys will live. Huh? No. All right. An alcohol is an organic compound that has one or more hydrogen atoms replaced by a hydroxyl group. Typically ends in OL unless the word alcohol is in the name. And a list of important alcohols and their uses is on page 328 in table 18.6 of the textbook. I'll probably look at that more here in just a minute. Shown here is methane versus methanol. You see the only difference here is one of the H's is now an OH. That's literally it. That's all it takes chemically for it to become an alcohol. Methanol is used for solvent, fuel, gas line, antifreeze, synthesis of formaldehyde, windshield washer fluid. Actually, windshield washer fluid is a very common one. This is also known as wood alcohol while I'm discussing it. So you'll notice that there. This is extremely poisonous if ingested. This is why you don't drink windshield washer fluid. That would be really bad. It would kill you. Okay? We clear? Okay? No. All right, so with that, then there's also ethanol. This is also known as grain alcohol. This is the alcohol found in alcoholic beverages. It is toxic, to be very clear. That's why it does what it does. Okay? It acts as a depressant of the central nervous system. It's used as a solvent in flavorings, medicines, and industrial applications as an antiseptic, as a gasoline additive, and in the synthesis of ether, which we'll talk more about later. No, I'm sorry. I'm getting that confused with the esters. Moving on. Anyway, ether is a... No, ether is it's a specific chemical. It's used for... what is the name of the... When they knock you out in surgery, what's that called? Thank you. Anesthetic. Thank you. My mind was just blanking on that word. Anyway... now, ethanol is typically, right? Hold on. Yes, okay. This is the alcohol found in alcoholic beverages. It is toxic, which is why your body reacts the way it does. Well, yours shouldn't, but we're moving on. Which is why the human body reacts the way it does. Caught myself in one of those English things that's like, oh, wait, you shouldn't say you. Okay, that's why it causes the issues it does. And so this is why it's so dangerous to drink and then drive. Because your central nervous system has literally been poisoned. I said yours. You know what I mean? Okay, someone, just assume that I'm not talking directly to you. All right. Yeah, anyway. Anyway, does that make sense? Okay, so that's the big reason for that. It's also why people can die straight up from alcohol poisoning just by drinking too much. It's toxic, okay? The reason for hangovers is the fact that it dehydrates you. And then your liver is stuck processing all that alcohol, trying to remove the toxins from your body. That's literally what it's doing. So in no way, shape, or form is it actually good for you. That is actually a trick that some people have is of avoiding hangover is between every drink they drink a equal amount of water. Yeah, it's just normally you don't. You know what? Never mind. We're not getting into this. Okay. Again, I have zero personal experience with this, so like I don't know. Okay. All I know is that that's a thing because the internet exists. All right. So that the internet exists. I'm glad you're aware. All right. Sorry, had to. All right. Anyway. Isopropyl alcohol is probably the most familiar alcohol you deal with on a day-to-day basis. It's better known as rubbing alcohol. Okay, this is slightly different. It's usually diluted to about 70%. Actually, no, that's not true. Usually it's diluted to about 30% for over-the-counter. You can get 70% if you pay attention to labels. Okay, that is also available. If you're in computers, you want like 99%, and then you want to like make sure it's very well ventilated because vapors. Okay, so like. I mean, usually you can get away with 70% unless you're cleaning an actual PCB. Then you want 99. Anyway, so whatever. It's used as an antiseptic, a solvent, and in the synthesis of acetone. Let me see here. Then we have glycols, which are also known as diols, and I think I'm pronouncing those right. Again, I've only ever read some words. Anyway, these are alcohols with 2 hydroxyl groups instead of 1. So ethylene glycol, also known as ethane 1,2-diol. A diol, I don't know. Widely used as an antifreeze and coolant in car and truck radiators in the synthesis of certain polyester fibers and films. It is very toxic despite having a sweet smell. Glycerol, also known as glycerin, is a non-toxic trihydroxy alcohol, which means there's 3 OH groups. Okay. This is a viscous, sweet-tasting liquid used in the manufacture of cellophane, drugs, cosmetics, and explosives. Nitroglycerin is probably where you recognize that root from, as well as a sweetener in foods and beverages. Sorbitol has 6 hydroxyl groups. It is used as a moisturizer and a reduced-calorie sweetener in foods. You're only supposed to have water in class. Okay. I mean, that's fair. Using my chemistry thing that I taught you against me. All right, moving on. Technically, it is a solution, which means it has water. All right, whatever, I'll allow it. All right, so moving on. Phenols are aromatic alcohols with 1 or more OH groups are attached directly to a benzene ring. Why do I have phenols and then phenyl? Is that a typo or is that like actually a thing? Oh, no, that's actually a thing. Okay, cool. Phenols is the group name. Phenyl specifically is used as an antiseptic and a disinfectant in the manufacture of plastics, fibers, and drugs. Again, we keep mentioning drugs in here. I'm just going to mention that, remember, pharmaceuticals count in that. It's not necessarily just like, it's not Breaking Bad in here, okay? I'm just throwing that out there. Oh, my word, we're moving on. I mean, who doesn't? All right, anyway. Who doesn't want money? All right, so anyway. All right, so that's kind of the overview of alcohols. Again, I highly recommend reading through your book because I am summarizing quite a bit here due to time and, honestly, sanity. All right, so aldehydes. This is a molecule that contains this functional group. The name of aldehydes typically end in aldehyde or al, just either one. One of the most important aldehydes is formaldehyde, which is methanol, often used to preserve specimens in biology as a germicide and as a disinfectant in the manufacture of rayons, plastics, and adhesives. This chemical right here is why I can never teach biology. That smell immediately makes me nauseated, just like instant, which I discovered in high school biology. And so no. So it's actually funny when I was signing up for my major in college and they're like, so your second teaching field is probably going to be science, right? I'm like, no, because they saw math and they're kind of giving me this look. I'm like, I can't do biology. And they're like, noted. All right, anyway. So then I went to computer science. Anyway, moving on. It's usually less smelly. As long as everything's working properly. If you start smelling something strong coming from your computer, unplug it. All right, anyway. That's as much as I can tell you. Maybe get a fire extinguisher. All right. Where was I going with any of this? All right, acetaldehyde. Is also known as ethanol. It's used ethanol. Sorry, excuse me. That should be an al at the end, not ol. Those are different chemicals. Used industrially in the manufacture of dyes, synthetic rubber, and compounds such as acetic acid and acetone. This is produced by ethanol metabolism, causing hangovers due to its toxicity. So not only is ethanol toxic, the byproduct of the liver trying to break it down to make it not toxic anymore is more toxic. So the liver has one job, and it's kind of, it eventually takes care of the problem, but like there's an in-between step where it's worse.
Oh, okay. I thought this was just like what literally like urinate out, and I was like, so
Yeah, that too.
drink it then.
Don't. Moving on. What just happened? Moving on. I'm not getting into this. No, we're out. All right, acetyl. Nope, I already covered that one. Where are we? I lost my train of thought. Thanks for that, Christian. All right. Anyway, I was trying to move on, and then I'm like, oh wait, I'm on a different page now.
So does it just spit that out?
We're moving on. I don't. That's a great question for your biology teacher.
I don't have a biology.
Your former biology teacher? I say former. He's still teaching biology. He's just moving on. All right. Moving on.
We'll open it up and open with that question. Yeah, I agree.
I'm trying to remember what the world the slide is for. There's formaldehyde and acetaldehyde and acetone, which we'll talk about in just a minute. I think that's just the entire reason that's there. I'm going to go with it. All right, carbonyl group. That's what I was expecting to come up, hence why I was confused. Anyway, a carbonyl group is an aldehyde with a hydrogen atom removed. So it's often in the middle of a chain. A ketone is an organic compound that contains a carbonyl group bonded to any atom other than hydrogen. Okay, because again, if it were hydrogen, it would not be a carbonyl group. It would be an aldehyde. Does that make sense? Kind of, as much as any of this is ever going to. All right. Seriously, that table, super helpful, okay, for studying. Acetone is a common one, and this is also known as propanoan. This is a colorless liquid with the characteristic sweet odor. It's used as a solvent for nail polish, plastics, paints, varnishes, and in cleaning metals. Cleaning metals, there we go, and synthesizing many organic chemicals. Acetone is extremely important. It's the main ingredient in nail polish remover. Actually, if you pay attention enough in Walmart or something, actually, I don't know if this is true in California. I know we could do it in New Mexico. So this may vary based on region. I don't know. I haven't gone looking for nail polish remover. Okay, like I only went with my wife, to be very clear. Anyway, I know she was able to buy like pure acetone at one point. Like it was right next to the nail polish remover. So like again, that may be based on region, but yeah, that you can just do that. It's just the bottle labeled nail polish remover usually has some fragrance to help cover some of the smell, but it's still strong. What are you gonna do? All right, moving on. Acetone is ketone, acetone. Which one is this for? I love when I do this to myself. Ketones, including acetone, are also produced in the body as a byproduct of fat metabolism, particularly when the intake of carbohydrates is low. This is why you can start to feel a little like crud whenever you start a new diet and you start losing weight. You start to get thinner, but you also start feeling a little horrible. It's because your body's producing a lot of ketones, including acetone. Okay, which while it's fine, too much of it at once can be very harmful. Okay, this is also, I think, okay, giant disclaimer, I'm not entirely sure on the biology of this, okay, but I'm pretty sure this is also what's responsible for the, what is the name of it? Whenever someone starts keto, they go through that week of basically having the keto flu. This chemical right here, or the set of chemicals, okay, that's what's causing it, because all of a sudden you just cut out all carbs, and the body's like, what? So until that normalizes and the body can deal with all the extra ketones, you end up feeling really horrible. Anyway, moving on. For the record, not saying it's not worth it. I'm just, whatever. Moving on. Carboxylic acids. These are organic compounds containing that functional group. These are generally weak acids and ionize only slightly in water to produce hydronium ions. Common examples here are acetic acid, which is in vinegar, lactic acid, which is from sour milk. It's basically lactose that's gone bad. overused muscles actually produce lactic acid. This is why when your muscles start really burning, like not just the working out burning, but if you've ever pushed yourself really hard and then they start burning, like it's not just a cramp, it's actually like this is a problem. That's lactic acid forming in the muscles. The body has no way to remove that, well, easily. So it will eventually happen, but you're going to have a couple hours of feeling like absolute, like I cannot move my arms because it burns. Okay, that's what's happening, is lactic acid is being produced there. Citric acid, citrus fruit. Again, some of these acids are actually necessary for life. So again, just because acid does not mean bad. But we talked about that with acids, so I'm going to move on. Carboxylic acids are found in vinegar, also known as acetic or ethanoic acid, with those chemical compounds there. Citric acid, which we call actually vitamin C. Spinach and rhubarb leaves have oxalic acid. Grapes have tartaric acid. I think that's pronounced right. Rancid butter would be butyric acid. Sour milk would be lactic acid. Ant stings are formic acid. That's what causes all the itchiness and the burning. Okay. Yeah, that's actually why most people recommend on that kind of insect bite to use baking soda. It'll help take away some of it. Yeah. But you have to be real careful about what stung you or bit you, because there are some things that inject bases, there are some things that inject acids. So you have to know which one's which. So for ants, most of the time you want to apply a base. I forget if it's bees or wasps, but they do the opposite. So if you apply a base, you're going to make it worse. Does that make sense? So you would want to look it up. And like maybe study it ahead of time, but I'm not getting into that in here. Yeah, if you don't know if it was a bee or wasp, check to see if a stinger was left. If a stinger was left, it was a bee. If not, it was a wasp, which served no purpose other than to mess with you. Moving on. All right. Carboxylic acids in chemical reactions. Why do I have bullet points with reaction 18? Wait, are these like video links? What did I do? I honestly don't know. All right. I love it when I do this to myself. I'm imagining those were probably video links, but my server is down and I don't have the ability to grab stuff right now. So, and I just haven't cared. So if you look in your book on page 330, you can see those reactions. Basically what happens is carboxylic acid will react with water. It'll donate the proton, hence why it's an acid, and create hydronium ions in that solution. However, mostly the carbonic acid or carboxylic acid stays the same for those reasons. If a base is applied, you can get a salt and a water. As you can see in example reactions 8 and 9 there. All right, moving on to esters. Esters are carboxylic acids reacted with alcohols, basically is what happens. They have this functional group here. Esterification is the reaction of a hydroxyl group of a carboxylic acid with a hydroxyl group of an alcohol to form water. You can see this reaction on page 330 there. Again, sorry, I haven't had time to, or haven't been able to figure out what's going on with that server. Hydrolysis is the reverse reaction of esterification. Instead of, or sorry, it's basically the undo button, if you will. If you want to see a specific example of esterification, look at equation 1811, which is in the box on that page. That is the formation of aspirin that you're seeing there, which is just acetylsalicylic acid. There's a reason why everyone calls it aspirin, okay? It sounds almost like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. You know, it's kind of got that same feel. This is formed by esterification. Again, reaction 1811 there in your textbook shows you how all that works. There, esters can be found, before that, many esters are insoluble in water. They have a pleasant floral or fruity odors and flavors, unless it's an aspirin, because like that just tastes like garbage. I don't know why. These are often used in perfumes and synthetic flavors. They are found in apples, pineapples, apricots, bananas, oranges, oil of wintergreen, anesthetic and first aid ointments and sunburn lotions, and waxes. These are just esters of long chain alcohols and long chain acids. But notice that, if you spell out the chemical name of anything, it can look really scary and dangerous. Okay, this is part of my example of like why chemistry isn't exactly bad. You have to look up the chemical itself. Because like, there's methyl butyrate in apples. Sounds like a super scary thing that we made up. Yeah, there's a farmer out there with a syringe inserting methyl butyrate in apple. No, it's commonly formed, guys. Watch, this is going to be the next conspiracy theory. Me just making a joke. All right, anyway, pineapples, ethyl butyrate, apricot, and so on. You guys can see that there, okay? So just pointing that out there, these things are absolutely natural. They're absolutely common, hence why it's called organic chemistry. It naturally happens. Okay, moving on. Sorry, I'm not better. All right, I think that's where I'm going to leave it off today. I'll finish up with amines and amides and other substitutions tomorrow. But I want to go ahead and give you guys time to get to work and study some things. Keep in mind 18.1 to 18.3 homework on pages 212 through 214 of your supplement are due on Friday. Again, you'll have a quiz over 18.1 to 18.3 on Friday as well. We will probably hit 18.4 before Friday, but that will not be on the quiz. All right. Distance learners, I'll see you guys later. As I impale myself on my supplement.
Oh, see, it works. Yes.
You guys get out 12:30?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before we dismiss, I'll already come in and give them something, listening or something. So,
Okay. So make sure you guys are writing this down. Our exams for next week, okay? So we do have our quiz this Thursday over the poetic devices, but Friday is the exam for grammar. That'll be over sections 29 to 34. No, Thursday the 27th, okay? Thursday the 27th, next week advance. Because since you guys are gone, obviously May 28th. What are you guys doing, by the way, for Ditch Day? Nice. And then our lit finals on Wednesday, May 26th, and that's just over our unit that we're in, unit number, the Victorian era. Emma, we went over the terms for that yesterday, so I don't know if you want to go back and watch the stream or just get the highlights from somebody that you can, okay? Same thing, Kylie. I don't know if you got it from the stream yesterday, but you can just go back and do the highlights. And then our vocab review test will be on Tuesday. Okay, so Tuesday, May 25th. No, not all the list. I'm not that cruel. I'm cruel, but not that cruel. Okay, just kidding. It's from just 10 through 12. List 10 through 12. Just 3 lists. The last few in this semester. So that will be on Tuesday. So tonight's homework for vocab is to begin reviewing that now. Okay, so tomorrow we'll review list number 10. So make sure tonight you study list number 10, obviously. Then Thursday, we'll review list 11. And then obviously there's no school, well, our class on Friday because of banquet, but then we'll just review that next week for our test on Tuesday. Okay, so Tuesday is vocab, Wednesday is lit, Thursday is grammar. Okay? Yeah. No, I'm just going to do vocab. Okay, so just vocab. You don't have to study roots, prefixes, and suffixes. Good question. Okay, so just vocab from list 10 through 12. All right. Okay, go ahead and take out your grammar. Sorry, is anybody still working on their quiz? Okay. Go ahead and look at page number 73, exercise 133 in your workbook. Let's review of what we reviewed yesterday. A review of the review, okay? Figurative language. So who can give me number 1? Okay, we need to identify these parts of speech or figures of speeches as a simile, metaphor, hyperbole, or personification. We can spot a simile right away when we see which words. Class, you guys remember? Like, as, resembles, similar to. Those are pretty easy to spot. Other figurative languages or figures of speech are a little difficult to spot, so let's see what we came up with. Number 1, oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. Okay, what a tangled web we weave? Is that a simile, metaphor, hyperbole, or is that personification? Raise your hand. Michelle? It is a metaphor. Okay, obviously with webs it is physically weaved by like spiders and stuff like that, but obviously it has a different meaning behind us weaving a web there. Okay, so metaphors we know they don't have the words like or as, and it's comparison of unlike things. Okay, but it does have an underlying meaning there. Number 2, I heard 1,000 blended notes while in a grove I sate reclined. Okay, 1,000 blended notes. What do you think this one is? Ellie? Hyperbole. Good. It is a strong exaggeration. Good. And the number 3, and hark how the blith the throstle sings. How blith the throstle sings. He too is no mean preacher. Okay. Talking about the throstle. So a throstle is, hey Siri, what's a throstle?
Throstle Hole Buddhist Abbey is a Buddhist monastery and retreat center located in Northumberland, in northern England.
I don't think that's the right throstle. Saying it's a Buddhist temple or something like that.
Yo, that temple do be sin.
This one is a bird, okay? So if the bird is a mean preacher, what is this one, class? Personification, giving human-like characteristics to obviously inanimate objects or animals, okay? All right, let's review figurative language exercise 134, okay? Just change the following sentences from trite, mixed, or unclear figures of speech to maybe something that's clear, okay? Let's just talk about what we think these might mean, okay? Or maybe underline the part that needs to be changed, just something. You don't have to rewrite the entire sentence. But look at this. Number 1, like a flock of little lambs, the children gathered around their teacher, who, like a good shepherd, counted each one and then led them all into the fold of the schoolhouse. Okay? What is this saying? And what part can we keep here? Okay? We can keep some kind of metaphor, some kind of figurative language, but obviously with figurative language, we don't want to include too much. Okay? Then that way the meaning or like the point of the sentence kind of gets unclear. So how can we what can we remove here? Okay, let's look at it. Like a flock of little lambs, the children gathered around their teacher, who like a good shepherd counted each one and then led them all into the fold of the schoolhouse. How can we simplify this sentence? Christian?
Get rid of fold of the schoolhouse.
Okay, get rid of fold of the schoolhouse. And what would we just say? Instead of led them all into the fold of the schoolhouse, what could we say there? Let them all into the schoolhouse. Good. Okay. One more thing here. We can still say like a flock of little lambs. There is a simile there. Obviously the word like. Like a flock of lambs, the children gathered around their teacher, who like a good shepherd counted each one. How can we say that clearly and better?
Get rid of who like a good shepherd.
Good, okay? Get rid of like a good shepherd, okay? You can just say who carefully counted each one. Who carefully counted each one and then led them all into the schoolhouse. You see how there's too many metaphors here? Like a little flock, like a good shepherd, the fold of the schoolhouse, okay? So you can just say, you can describe the little lambs, but just use your discretion in that. Then the second one, okay? Though his knees felt like jelly, Dalton stood like a statue and delivered his monologue like a drill sergeant, barking out his lines like bullets. Okay? How can we simplify this? Huh? You said just get rid of all of it? Okay. Sure. Okay, what do you mean, like, what does it mean by this? Though his knees felt like jelly. Sorry? Okay, he was anxious. When you can still say something about his knees, but what does that mean? Like jelly, are they strong? No, they're weak, okay? Though his knees felt weak. Okay, so there's one. Dalton stood like a statue. What is that saying? He stood still, okay? He delivered his monologue like a drill sergeant, barking out his lines like bullets. What does it mean, barking out his lines like bullets? How can we compare that to a drill sergeant? What? Loudly. Okay, delivered his monologue like a drill sergeant loudly? Sorry? Sternly. Okay, so where would you put that? Delivered his monologue sternly? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Also, your book says he drilled like a drill sergeant, barking his lines with a brisk, authoritative voice. This part of your book is basically just saying how it doesn't want you to say words like barking out lines like bullets. It doesn't really make any sense there, okay? Lines like bullets. Do bullets bark? Not really, okay? Sure, when you shoot a gun, listen for the bark there, Emma, okay? So, just kind of authoritative voice talking about that. All right, let's review idiom, section 31, and then we'll be done for today. An idiom is an expression which is peculiar to a language and which cannot be easily explained or analyzed. Okay, so just as a saying there. For example, we can use good evening as a greeting, but not good night as a greeting. We can say he is hard of hearing, but he is not hard of seeing. Just different things like that, expressions that some people don't exactly know what they mean. So these are idioms, idiomatic phrases. 31.1, use correct idiomatic English. Native speakers ordinarily have little trouble using idioms correctly. especially if they grow up around those who use the language properly. Perhaps the most common mistake is the use of the wrong preposition after certain verbs, adjectives, and nouns. For example, the powder adhered with the surface instead of the powder adhered to the surface. So in this sentence, we're watching for incorrect prepositions here. Okay? You adhere to something, not with something. If you guys look at your examples, you listen to something, you don't listen at something. You prefer one to something, you don't prefer one over something, okay? So just some of these that you probably would be best looking at and reviewing just to be familiar with. And then 31.2, effective and appropriate idioms. Avoid wordy idiomatic expressions if a more concise expression can be used without sacrificing effectiveness. For example, you can just say suddenly rather than saying all of a sudden. You can say tolerate rather than putting up with something. Avoid idiomatic expressions that smack of triteness. For example, to put one's foot in one's mouth. Obviously, we know that's, saying what you're not saying too much, or you kind of say a word or say a phrase or say something that kind of bites you back and backfires at you. Another, raining cats and dogs, and is another expression for it's raining hard outside. Avoid idiomatic expressions like that. And then avoid idioms that are not appropriate to your purpose for writing. So that'll be 27.25, just some things like colloquial, dialectal, all of these kind of are not appropriate that you wouldn't usually use, okay? So let's look at exercise 135, reviewing that. Edit the following sentences to correct idiomatic English and to avoid wordy or trite expressions, all right? Let's practice it. Number 1. The state law prohibits truck drivers to drive more than 65 miles per hour. Okay? Can you prohibit someone to do this? Okay, what would you change here, Esther? From driving, okay? Prohibit means you're not allowing them to do something. So if you're prohibiting somebody, you're not prohibiting them to drive more. You're prohibiting them from driving more. Does that make sense? So different things like that. In this case, that would be section 31.1 out of idioms. Correct idiomatic English using the correct prepositions there. So instead of to drive more, you would say from driving more than 65 miles an hour. Okay? Number 2, that witness is lying like a dog, the defendant shouted, rising to his feet. Okay? What do we need to possibly take out here to avoid an idiomatic expression? Class? Like a dog, okay? You can just say that witness is lying, the defendant shouted, rising to his feet. It's just slang here, okay? Number 3, sit down, the judge replied, or I'll throw you out on your car. Out of your ear. There's a crossing out there that, what's it called? It looks like car here, but I'll throw you out on your ear. Okay, I'll just throw you out of this courtroom, something like that. Okay, or I'll make you leave, different things. Okay, we just have two more things. Okay, I'll throw you out of your ear. There you go. Number 4, the defendant was charged for disturbing the peace. Okay, can we charge someone for something? What do we charge them? With something, okay? So 4 is changed to with. And then the last one, my father can change a flat tire in just a matter of minutes. Okay? How can we do a little more formal there? Or how can we say it a little more formal rather than in a matter of minutes? What is that really just talking about? Quickly, okay? My father can change a flat tire quickly. My father can change a flat tire in a few minutes. Something like a matter of minutes is idiomatic expression, okay? So make sure that you've written down what's due next week. Girls, make sure you turn in your reports, and then we are dismissed for today. Oh, and then our quiz is on Thursday over poetic devices, okay?
All right, welcome to Algebra 2. Today we're talking about trig functions and the calculator. Rule number 1, make sure you're in the right mode. That's basically it. Past that, hit the buttons. All right, so example 8.3a. Find the sine, cosine, and tangent of 30 degrees using a calculator. Round each answer to 3 decimal places if necessary. So what we would do is we would find the sine button on our calculator, tell it 30 degrees, and we find that it's 0.5. Some calculators will also give you the option of changing it to a fraction for the sake of convenience. All right. For cosine of 30, we would do the same thing. Notice here that we are not given the option to change it to a fraction because that would involve the use of a radical. If you want to do that, you have to do it manually. All right, and then tangent of 30 gives us that one as well. All right, you should be hitting the buttons. This calculator allows me to just type it instead of hitting the buttons. But like if your thing has an alphabet and you're trying to type it that way, you're doing it wrong. All right, that will multiply a bunch of things together, not take sine, cosine, and tangent. Let me see here. All right. Now, real quick, inverse trig functions are not the same as trig functions inverted. I'm going to say that again. Inverse trig functions are not the same as trig functions inverted. Okay? Sine to the -1 is not the same as 1 over sine. Okay? Like it is with most math. It is a simple, it's a simple result of notation. All right? So the -1 is actually the arc of it, so it's the arc sign. It's how to undo the sign. All right, 1 over sine, or cosecant, as it's more commonly called, is a whole different trig function. All right, so since trig functions are not, or since they're transcendental, you can't do the same things with them. So, to find an angle when you know the ratio, as an example 8.3b, for example, I know the ratio is 1/2, and I want to find the sine, or I know the sine of theta is 1/2, and I want to find theta. I'm going to take the arc sine of 1/2. Okay, by the way, notice if you ever need to put in a fraction, just make a division. Oh, wait, actually, that actually fixed it. If your calculator does not do fractions, if you do division problem in parentheses, numerator first, slash denominator. And there you go. This calculator is too helpful. All right. All right, for part B, we're told the cosine of A is equal to 2/3. So we take the arc cosine of 2/3, and we get that value there. Pay attention to your rounding directions. It's really not a hard thing to do. Anyway, tangent of B is equal to 5. Well, then we take the arc tangent of 5, and you get that. That's your angle. So that'll be 78.69 degrees there. Before that would have been 48.190 degrees. Because 3 decimal places. All right, makes sense? So far, so good? All right, now, finding angles within right triangles. This is one practical use of inverse trig functions, is finding an acute angle of a right triangle when only 2 sides are known. In example C there, we know that the opposite side is 5. We know that the hypotenuse is 13. So I can just take the arc sine of 5 over 13. And we find out that it's roughly a 23-degree angle. Again, use as many digits as you're told to in the directions. All right, makes sense? Cool. Example D. Find the angle in the triangle using a calculator and give the lengths. All right. So here we have opposite and adjacent. We don't have hypotenuse, so we need to use tangent. So we'll take the arc tangent of the opposite over the adjacent. Obviously, you could have just made that 2 in the first place because 6/3 is clearly 2. That's basically it. Again, don't forget your degree symbols. That's really it. I mean, there's really not a whole lot of content here. It's hit buttons. Cool. All right. I'll see you guys later. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Hit the buttons. Make sure you're in degree mode, not radian mode. It's usually in your mode setting. Or menu setting, I mean. All right, bye.